All right, welcome back everyone. Today is day 303. 皆さんお帰りなさい。今日は303日目です。Hello there, Douglas. All right, so we've switched gears. We're still in the review process. We're prepping for our little progress report, our 100-day progress report. So trying to squeeze in as much review, so specifically practice time on all the material that I'm responsible for, or I'm holding myself responsible for. And gonna be honest here, at the pace we're going, there's like less than 50% coverage, but we'll make do with whatever we can squeeze in. Today is 303. We're gonna see where we're at 307. So including today, there are 4 other sessions to cover as many review and practice as I can. So no new input, like we're not learning specifically in these sessions right now. We're basically reviewing and seeing all my weak spots, my particular weak spots, maybe make some notations and ways to reinforce that in for the progress report. Kind of an exam or quiz, if you will, right? Okay. So before we start this, yesterday we touched upon 2 constructs. It was the unit about, let's use we're doing the city and games. City and games. Okay. All right. So let's get on our construct on that. I think we're going to change the color now that I think about it. We need to change a color that's kind of agreeable for both. It's a shame that I'm using a dark back for the Duolingo sessions, but Wanikani defaults to a white back. That can be a little problematic since I tend to grab. So we can go for like a more neutral color, maybe somewhere in between, like in the middle. Yeah, we'll go with purple this time. Purple. So unit 75. City. We got a lot of cities. So Shibuya. Shibuya. Harajuku. Harajuku. Akihabara. Oh my gosh, my crown is terrifyingly terrible. It's fine. Yeah. Is it the other way? It's the other way. Yeah, yeah. Shinjuku. Ikehabara. Yamanote. Ginza. Hiroshima. Hiroshima. How much time do I? Okay. Oh, no. That's not a call. This is probably a Koichi. Yeah, this is gonna be a Koichi reference for the mnemonic. This is call Saten. Call Saten. Sa. Already starting to think like him. Tie dye. So Dai Toshi. Dai Toshi. The mnemonics are already working. Shuto. Shuto. Okay. I remember Meito. Cosplay. O. Su. Oops. Osu. Ure. Pu. De. We have Yamanote Sen. Senwa. Noru. Squiggle swiggle. Wait. Is it 2 lines? No. No, it's not 2 lines. That looks so awkward. It's these two. Noru. There was a special one. Mensuru. Mensuru. Oops. Okay. No, to compare and contrast, right? This is what you will learn. Like the stuff that I'm writing now is everything tied to this lesson, right? So this is one lesson set for the day, and the stuff you're exposed to is this. Everything I'm writing now in this very moment. And when we're thinking about how quickly Wanikani is going to wind up, right? We'll see how if it caresses or it eclipses this volume. If it does, then I need to come up with like a different way to regulate, because this volume is already incredibly intense, actually. And I was juggling double this because I was also doing it with Chinese at the same time. Although they were on they were on separate days. Originally, I thought, yeah, why not? We'll just do it on the same day, and it was devastating. After like 4 weeks, I'm like, I can't do this anymore. It's too many new items in one day. Ginza. So Ginza, we have Sara. Sara. Wait, did I write that backwards? Oh, have I been writing this backwards? Oh, I think I have been writing this backwards. Sa. Oh, that's my bad. I'll have to double check that. I might have screwed up my katakana. Pretty sure. So, sarari. Is it sarari? Yeah, sarari man. Hataraku. 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 Okay. So then we had like numbers and places. Hiruba. Hiruba. Can I check if there was a line? There's probably a line. Hiruba. Basho. Basho. Kinjo. Kinjo. Jumin. Ju. Meme. Atsumari. Atsumari and Atsumaru. Komu. Komu. It's... Yes, Komu. Komu... Go over here. Kazu. Kazu. Jinko. Which we have two mnemonics for this now. Jinko. Nintendo and jeans and Cole's mouth. Koichi's mouth. Jinko. Increase and decrease. Oh boy. What was the increase? It's Ichidan. That doesn't help very much, does it? Nope. No idea. This is the only time I used them. Increase and decrease. I know the characters though. Something like this. And it's an Eru. Shieru? No. Yaeru? Yaeru kind of sounds okay. Aireru? No. Yaeru kind of sounds correct. So what do we need to correct? We need to look at this. There was another one. No, I have to check this character, but I'm pretty sure there's a stroke there. And then... decrease, I know the character as well. I think it's this. Maybe. That might not be correct. What does this look like? No idea. Naru? No, Naru doesn't sound right. No idea. We'll see if it's correct too. We have to check this. And then there was a connection with Onaka, which Onaka sign. So we'll check those. And then we actually we touched on Unit 74 as well yesterday, which was for sports, the games, video games. And I got blasted by, what is it? Shiaichu. Oh, I was way off the mark on Shiai. Oops. Try not to make that extra show. So, Shiai, right? Yes. Shiai, and then this was I. And 2 to be in during a game. Shiai 2. What was I messed this up too. Shoshinsha. Yeah, Shoshinsha. So no. Shin. Oh, is it that weird Shin? Or no, it's not. It's... Oh, I'm actually not sure if that's the Japanese shokuner. So Shin Sha. Sha is this Sha. So Shin Sha. I have Sen Ko Senko. No. Ensatsu? Oh no. Ninsetsu? No. I know the characters though, so we're gonna have to look at this too. It's this. What is that? I feel like this is N. Enko? Oh no. Oh no. Save me. And then we had Zeruda in this one. That's how I get this one. Wait. Do I know if I say Zeruda? No. Ensatsu. What else to game? So yeah, like beginner, legend, during a game. What type of game? We had John. Ja Kenpo. No. Jan Ken. And then Po. Pon. Jan Ken Pon. Up. Right. kind of like gu, gu, pa, gu, pa. That's not pa, that's ba. Pa, gu, pa, and ki, chi, chi, cho, choki. Excuse me. Choki. Yeah, leberu, right? Leberu. Oops. Ru. Boss. To defeat. What the heck was defeat? Oh. Otsuyu? Otsu? Utsua? Oh no, Otsuai? Otsua? Oh no. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. No, there's a question mark here. Is defeat? Yeah. Oh, this stuff is. There's so much. What other game related? Winning and losing. Right. Katsu. I think that's Katsu. And Mokeru. Or Makeru. Makeru. Something with being good and bad at things. Oh, there's also Sugiru. I think, yes. Yeah, Sugiru. Like in excess Sugiru. So like Aka Sugiru. Or Kusugiru. Katsu, Jozu, and Saisho. Or no, we don't have Jozu. What is this? Saisho is definitely one of them. Saisho. First. Show. Oh, this show. There's something else. What was linked to winning? Maybe like skilled? Me? There's definitely something here as well. Makeru. There's something here. as well. Yeah, I don't know. All right. Yeah, we're dropping some stuff. This is pretty not great. It could be this one could be actually nigate. Well, nigate. Nigate was one of the things I remember from yesterday's exercise actually. Nigate. So to be like bad. This one might have been something dealing with skills, like being good at something. But it wasn't jozu or umai. What's another way to express? I have no idea. Alright, so let's look at this. We're missing something for defeat. We're missing defeat. Something that deals with winning and being first. And then we had to check on increase and decrease. And alright. Is it available here? Oh, here it is. Oh, Tokui. Oh my gosh, Tokui. Alright, so Tokui is next opposite of Nigate. Nigate. In order to complement Jozu and Heta. Okay, Tokui. So we missed Tokui. What was it? Defeat. I don't think defeat is listed, so we gotta go look at defeat. It's not the defeat for Make. Which one rings a bell? Aisen? No. Oh wait, I should write 2 defeat. Oh, Taosu. Taosu. Oh my gosh, Taosu. No, that's just, I'm not gonna. I didn't remember that. Dang. Taosu. We weren't sure about something. Oh no, I just forgot. There was something I wasn't sure about. Oh, the read on Legend. Densetsu. Oh, it's not Satsu. Setsu. And it's Den, not En. What did I say? Ensatsu. Densetsu. Densetsu. Zelda no Densetsu, right? Zelda no Densetsu. Okay, Densetsu. That's on me as well. Densetsu. So. Oh. Don't use that too often. Setsu. Setsu is. Okay. And then look at Basho. Fine. Yeah, okay. That's okay. Wait, did that. Densetsu. Was there another read? Oh, increase and decrease. Hueru. Hueru is this. So who? This is who. Nope, not even close. I thought it was ya. This is who. So hueru. And maybe the other one is yaru to decrease. Heru. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Did I write it correctly? Yeah, I did. Heru. Oh no. Oops. Look at the show. Heru. Ueru and Heru. Densetsu. And Aosu. Yeah. Aosu, Densetsu, Ueru, and Heru. I'm gonna probably forget them. Alright, so today, how much time do we have? So I have to get up. I have time. Let's give this 2 hours. Let's try to take in some more. Oh, this was a weak one. So we're gonna do mail today. Let's get this. Starting off with the one that I forgot yesterday. Yep. Dokshin. Right, Dokshin.
Dokshin.
Dokshin. Okay. Oh, is this unit? Dokshin is this unit? Huh. Gonna fool me.
Dokshin.
Really? Oh no, this might be a review of this character actually. But Dokshin is definitely a different unit.
Dokshin.
It's the wedding relatives unit.
Dokshin.
Or relations
Dokshin.
unit.
Dokshin. Dokshin. Dokshin.
That's what they mean by single status. Okay. Yeah, it's a review. Todokeru. Todokeru.
Todokeru. Todokeru. Todokeru.
Todokeru. Todokeru. Todokeru.
Todokeru.
Todokeru.
Todokeru. Todokeru.
Todokeru. Todokeru. Todokeru.
Like this upcoming progress report, the 100-day progress report, it is going to be so happy. I'm like, I think I feel like I'm barely having a passing grade without context. Like doing directly from memory, I would say I would be hard pressed to get like 70%. What is this? Enko, another call. Enko. Yeah, there are so many calls. It's already felt when the Wanikani guy said there are a lot of calls. There are a lot of calls.
Henko.
Enko.
Henko.
Henko.
No joke. Lots of calls.
Henko.
Henko.
Henko. Henko. Henko.
Henko.
Okay. Todokeru.
Todokeru. Todokeru.
届ける
届ける
届ける届ける届ける
届ける届ける届ける
Yeah, one of the nice things about having a well-developed mnemonic or construct is the idea that you're able to pull it out whenever you want without needing something else to trigger it, right? And then when you're doing lessons, it's great to see the exposure, and then while you're reviewing, it's not as great because when you're reviewing, you're also reviewing in the sense of the context. So technically that's a form of recall. However, that form of recall can end up being more of a passive thing than an active thing. Like you're not scratching. After a while, it can be more of a mechanical reflex, which is great because with repetition and you have enough situations, then it'll come up, right? And then for my gold standard, I'm going one above that, whereas I have to be able to create something. And that's where we're struggling. For voluntary reasons. For voluntary. Is this call too? Call ku? Call ku? Wait. No. This is Fune. Funa? Ah, Funabim. Yeah, Funabim.
船便
船便
Off of Fune. This is Fune.
船便
船便
Or this is close to Fune. Wait, actually this might be Fune. Now that I think about it. Yeah, it's Fune. For ship.
船便
Different stroke order
船便
from Chinese.
船便
I'm gonna take that
船
into
便
account.
船便
船便
Oops. That was a little bit wobbly. Ah!
船便
船便船便
Oh my gosh.
船便
I'm not paying attention. The reason why I keep doing that stroke is I think it's hun. I'm writing hun by accident. So this.
船便
Henko. Hmm.
変更
Whoops.
変更
I don't want to talk about it.
変更変更変更
We live in a society.
変
We
更
most certainly
変
do.
更
Sometimes we live in multiple
Henko.
societies. And some may say, for those that predate the internet age, they default in living in two societies. You know? Oh, there, Tio. You code swap between two societies.
届ける
In a way, whenever you consciously are able to acknowledge and become aware that you do a code swap, like a significant code swap, however it is, you know, right? For yourself, if you find that it's a significant burden to code swap, then you are crossing societal boundaries, if you will. When I come on to stream, I cross a different societal threshold in my mannerisms, and lexicon and presentation is very different, and I'm no stranger to be transparent to this. I'm way cooler on the internet. I tell people most of this. Hopefully, maybe in the really really far future, if I ever meet up with any of these little, you know, encounters online, I have to give a fair warning to most people, or like fair transparency that I'm not the same person in person. You will see me from time to time being very tired, possibly exhausted from standing, right? You'll see a lot of the human side of me that I try to talk about all the time. So when I'm talking about the stories about myself, those are the IRL portions of my life that are not visible, like the visible scars and the emotional weight of having a corporal body and whatnot. IRL people don't get my brain rot reference. It is hard to crap post. That is fair. That is fair. It's a different societal position, right? When you do IRL meetups, you got to learn how to talk about the weather and about people's health, career paths, how one is feeling, what should we do next together, you know, be excited to go out and eat or share a drink, dear me, make eye contact. And then, you know, IRL people would be like, you get a disagreement, it's like you can't just like walk away. Well, you could do that if you want, if you don't want to fit in, you like reject the societal barrier. But when you get into an argument, you're there, resolve it, or well, attempt to anyways, like, or learn how to change the subject or lighten the load. There are things, you know, you can't hit delete, ignore button, change a page. Yeah, you can't just block people as cringe. Yeah, imagine, hear me out. This is for illustration. I'm not saying this is the literal case, but imagine being in IRL and then someone like, I don't agree. I just threw my pen across the room. Okay. So imagine. Okay, I know where it is. Imagine like you talk to someone and then this person is just all up in your grill, like they're just like they can't agree with you, and then suddenly the person's like, never mind, you're blocked, I'm leaving, right? You just throw up your hand and she's like, you're blocked, talk to the hand. That's that's non-negotiable. That person could literally tackle you. So I'm saying this with a smile because I think it's a different experience, and there are pros and cons to it. There are beautiful things that come from IRL interactions, right? It's more like multiple sides of the same object. You can explore different sides of it. I'll be right back. I gotta pick up the pen I threw across the room. Good thing my room is not that big. It hit a wall eventually. All right. How are you doing, Tio? How's your fourth or fifth day of the New Year's? Okay. Oops. Totally. Sorry.
届ける
I totally missed my enter button.
届ける届ける
届ける
Can't wait for Earth Point 2.0. Boy, howdy.
届ける
届ける
Not bad. You finished reading the book you mentioned, and today you watched a Soviet movie. How does that work?
届ける
Are you talking about like
届ける
a movie from a Soviet period?
届ける
Or a movie about a Soviet period? Feel so smug right now. A Soviet era movie? Oh, okay.
船
船便
I feel so smug.
船便
I see.
船便船便
You plebs even Soviet cinema? Of course you don't. Have you seen Shin Godzilla? Do you even need Nippon cinema? I'm
船
kidding.
便
You've probably seen Shin Godzilla, right? What did you call my mother?
船便船便
That's a good one. I like the deflection. That's a good deflection.
船
Solid.
便
What did you say about my anti-gravity pad? I assure you, the technology is sound. You just gotta give it for a spin. I'll meet you at the Empire State Building in New York City.
変更
Henko. What does that have to do with anything? I don't know. Just thought I throw in my 2 cents. I'm very proud of my hover pad.
変更
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 I'm actually thinking about an episode from Futurama, actually.
変更変更
For real, no cap on bussin', but mostly sussin'.
変更
変更変更変更
I have been expanding my engagement. Slow and steady. You started anything this New Year's? Yet?
届ける
What do you got going?
届ける
Are you back
届ける
in
届ける
has school already started? Like has med school already started up again?
届ける
It
届ける届ける
届ける
was
届ける
med school, yeah. February. Oh, interesting. Wow, that's pretty extended. What are you up to in January until school starts up again?
船
Maybe.
船便
船便
船便船便船便
船便
I'm trying very hard to not have a mental breakdown from all the material that I
Funabing.
clearly do not remember very
船
well.
便
By mental breakdown, I mean we're negotiating how we're gonna present the many times I'm gonna say, I don't remember what this character is or this read, but I remember parts of it. So I'm gonna write the character, but I have no idea what the read is. And then it's gonna be like, I know what it sounds like, but I don't know what it looks like. Or like 18 hours straight or something. I'm still coming to terms on how I'm gonna negotiate that.
船便
Oh, it starts in March? Really? How does that work? You're gonna straight up chill till March? Interesting. Huh.
変更
No, you chill, yo. You chill. I have plenty of time to chill when I'm dead. I'm kidding. Until March, dang. That's a long time.
変更
変更
Oh, it's okay, it's February, okay.
変更 変更
Because March is a really long time.
変更
変更
Are you
変更
okay?
変更
Oh boy. Wait, can you describe how is it that you mix February and March? What's March? I mean, febrero. Febrero is fine. What's March? Oh, Marcel? Marcel? Hmm. What is the nature that mixes up February and March?
船便
I'm actually kind of curious. Give me a sec, you'll explain why. You'll get me. Okay. I'll give you all the sex you need. Oh, that could be taken out of context. All right.
船便
Okay.
船便
船便船便船便
船便
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 Stroke order.
船便
Japanese stroke order.
届ける届ける
届ける
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 届ける届ける届ける変更
変更
変更
変更変更
変更
変更変更変更
You see, my country doesn't actually start until March, and that's because in February there's a whole week of Fiesta Carnival. Yeah, that technically invalidates the activity of said month. Okay. Fair enough. I didn't realize it was in February. Ah, I see.
船便
Kind of sort of reminds me of the Lunar Festival. It's like, well, you know, it's kind of hard to do anything in January January to February on account of the Lunar Festival. And it's like, oh, okay. And oftentimes it's like, wait, Lunar Festival's a week? Nah, it's like 2 weeks. Oh. No one actually starts working until in March, you know? I kind of know how that feels because when Halloween rolls around, you know, when it's October, everyone's just dragging their feet all the way until January. You know, in the United States. And people are generally sobering up right about now in the United States. You know, they might have sobered up the last 3 days and feel like, oh, I'm like a truck now. I don't got that zip. Gotta hit that nos and start zipping again. Yeah, it's a very empathetic. Coincidentally, right now, of course, this moment. I'm not.
Funabin.
I'm like coincidentally, I'm not one of those Americans. I'm usually on like your classic
Funabin.
premium good stuff or year round. So
船便
I don't really hit a portion where I would
船便
sag around a little
Funabin.
bit. I used to though. I crashed pretty hard back a little bit.
船便
Nowadays, not so much. I remember one of the activities is eat, sleep, eat, sleep, eat, sleep, and more eat, sleeping
船便
for like 1 week straight.
船便
Which 1 week at most. That's about as much time as I have.
船便
Meanwhile, I'll still be doing some work while I'm eat, sleeping. I kind of lied. You kind of bring work wherever you go. Kind of difficult to not think about the things you need to do every time you're sleeping and eating. La buena vida. Yeah. What was the other one? La vida dolce. La vida dolce. Not same language, but related language. What the heck? Yeah, Italian. Coal. Oh, Deacon. Deacon. Dokshin. Oh, maybe it is.
独身
Maybe it is the same unit. Dokshin.
離婚
Deacon. No,
離婚
it's definitely the unit before this. Dokshin. Sobo.
祖母離婚
Aihen.
大変
Yonmai.
4枚独身 離婚離婚
Dokshin.
独身離婚
I took that from someone.
離婚
It was part of their like documentary essay. So I like to capture the spirit of the Italian life, that romanticized Italian life. Okay. Airo.
茶色
Yasai.
野菜離婚
Dokshin.
独身電車
Dencha.
独身独身いろいろ
Iroiro.
入り口
Iriguchi.
毎晩
Maiban.
独身
Nikon.
Nikon.
If I could, I spend my days eating, sleeping, and reading. That's it. I expect nothing from this world. Well, that's a little bit of a little... Huh. What would you be reading? Isn't that something from this world, though? And what would you be eating? Isn't that something from this world? Do you not want someone to embellish you with food and then provide you with the content to read?
Nikon.
Nikon.
離婚
Nikon.
独身
Dokshin.
全部
Zenbu.
ナオミ
Naomi. Oh,
ナオミ
just kidding. That's
写
Shashin.
真
That That's so Julian Sorel of you, I suppose. I don't know what that means. I'm not really familiar with Julian Sorel. I'm more of the Albert Einstein persuasion, where many things are relative. I'm taking Einstein out of context, but more like applying a behavioral psychology spin on relativity, right? Your experiences are relative to the world around you. So, being isolated from something you are actively participating in is possibly an act of futility, for better or for worse. It is a admirable goal, though. We can make a spin on desiring the unachievable as a lifelong pursuit, a necessary mindset to promote a lifelong pursuit, right? Like, for example, the pursuit of perfection, right? In whatever that meets the eyes of the beholder. With that lifelong pursuit, it keeps someone moving forward. And without that lifelong pursuit, one may lose their way and wander the desert aimlessly without a purpose. The guy from the book The Red and Black, I'm not familiar with that. The book I just read. Oh, okay. Julian gets bullied by his classmates for being so logical. Interesting. And you resonate with this logic? And then maybe, wait, is Julian Sorel the logical person? Oh yeah, okay, I see where that connection is. Okay. Intriguing. That's fair. Yeah, that is fair. That is fair. I was using my logic to dictate an emotional connection with the world around you. So and it was in the form of a question. So I think it's more Socrates. I was more or less channeling Socrates. Asking a question you probably already know the answer to. In order to, and then sprinkle in a bit of, I don't know who likes to meander about contextualizing one's significance in a wider world, right? To be comfortable with one's insignificance while also promoting one's significance within their own microcosm. I'm very terrible with names of people in this type of line of thinking, so I can't allude or reference someone smugly, if you will. Maybe I can throw my hat off to maybe some sort of theoretical physicist or something. Like, oftentimes the study of physics makes one both humble one to how small they are in the expanse of the universe, but at the same time, they are able to rationalize logically their significance in investigating such an expansive universe without coming to the terms of the limitation of their own mortality and relatively insignificant existence in the continuum of what they study, which usually of the universe, right? But I have no famous person to cite that left impression on me, largely due to the idea that I don't typically struggle with existential crises most of the time. Sometimes I do, but not all the time. I think a few anime that I've watched over my years do address that existential crisis. Especially your shonens, where it shows like this one main character superseding the importance of the universe. And then there are anime that explore how insignificant the characters you follow is with the grand scheme of things. So oftentimes the villain is the antagonist, is often the one that's portraying the cynicism of insignificance when taking into consideration the vastness of the universe versus your main character. which typically takes on a individualistic role to resonate with like a Western audience per se. Hence the main character syndrome, right? I used to watch these videos from this German physicist from YouTube. I can't remember her name. One can tell how logical she is even when talking about mundane things, so to say. Yeah. And I don't want to sound a little bit more mundane. There is beauty and elegance in disentangling something that seemingly is nebulous and perplexing into a logical form while also sounding very calming. I think a lot of times a logical mind makes the mundane sound very eloquently put together, right? Because we see a lot of times the things we experience in life as chaotic evils. or maybe some chaotic order, maybe some order to it, but and then you have this person speaking as though there's some level of certainty to it, and it's incredibly comforting. And they also seem to be very composed when they're lining up all the observations, like, oh, you don't say, please do go on, do proceed. I have no further questions, provided you continue to expound upon me, enlighten me on your ever expanding logic to making maybe perhaps practiced or well realized logic in this seemingly and feeling intuitively chaotic world we live in, right? Filled with human eccentricities. I'm not that bright, but I appreciate it. Yeah, I watch with this. There's this one other person. I keep forgetting his name. Hold up. I just recently saw a clip of him. I know his face, but I don't know if I. Hold up. Not him. Not him. Oh, Brian Cox. Yeah, Brian Cox. Every so often, there's a clip that shows up on like some random podcast or something, and Brian Cox would be on it. And he has a way with answering. Oh, you know what? He was recently in a. I'm not sure if that was like a splice between a YouTube content creator or something, but it there's this like parody show that came out, and I can't say one of the words, but it's something on life, and it's like a satirical black comedy, and I'm pretty sure he appeared on there, and he was like still unfazed and create like. He talks in his usual mannerisms, and the other person is obviously making light of the whole situation because that's part of the satirical nature of it. I forgot the actress's name. Let me see if I can. I can't say the show because it can be misconstrued out of context. But they recently released it. What was her name? Diana Morgan. Diana Morgan, and it's a BBC Two show, and then it's a Netflix program. Someone I know that I've been talking to also mentioned this program a bit back, but now like it's back and it's streaming and all that stuff. But it's one of those like type of humor, in your face humor that really resonates with the current generation of people. And I'm not sure if it was real or not. It could be someone editing a Brian Cox podcast and then and then editing something from the show. But she said the question she asked as her persona, right, as her satire persona is, so how can you explain this McPhysics? She literally said McPhysics, and I'm assuming it has something to do with implying that McPhysics as in like manufactured, or like it was making light of physics. And there was a cut to a Brian Cox response, but I'm not sure if it was in the program. Like he was featured or whatnot. It's kind of like what's his name? The guy from Hangover who did Between Two Ferns, his segment Between Two Ferns, and basically he would do like a podcast style thing or a talk show style thing where they ask very ridiculous questions, but both the host, him, and the guest is in on it, and they try very, very hard not to laugh because they're going to ask absurd questions with each other and make absurd comments to each other, and the whole point is to do it with a straight face. What was his name? He has a very recognizable face, but his name is Zach Galifianakis, right? I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Galifianakis. Yeah, Between Two Ferns. I quite like those. The Anglo-Saxon humor. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. Anglo-Saxon humor. Yeah, and the other show that I'm talking about that's airing right now, it's a take on that too. It's basically they're asking a thing and then the other person's like being as serious as possible to continue answering, and you're just like, oh my goodness, that kind of thing. Intrusive thoughts. It really entertains intrusive thoughts. You know, when you're having a podcast or interview, it's like there are a lot of people thinking this, and then obviously the comedy here is that person said it, right? The one person is saying all the intrusive thoughts. Meanwhile, the other person is carrying on business as usual, trying to hold a straight face and holding their composure, which is kind of the setup. And I think it's very popularized by this guy on his singular endeavor, Between Two Ferns with Zach Galifianakis. I don't know if that's how you say his name. So, pardon me. His last name is wild. Okay. I could see my stuff doing fairly well if it was part of a topic that was very serious. I would definitely be able to hold it in. But most of the time, though, if someone stares at me and then starts to smile, I'll probably start to chuckle already. Kareshi.
彼氏
独身. That's boyfriend and
独身
what? Nani? Oh, this is oh no. It's a lot of people. I die. Oh, it might be all. Ons. I don't remember.
大勢
Oze. Ze. Couldn't figure out the last syllable. Ze. Oze.
彼氏本当独身
大切。
大切
You mean it? You're constantly confronted with the sense of humor of Brazilians and other Latinos, and although we're very westernized, our sense of humor is quite distinct. I can see that. I would like to say that when one identifies with a sense of humor in a place, generally speaking, they one would likely find their humor quite distinct, right? It's kind of difficult to identify the sense of humor that is viral here. Like IRL humor, of course. I'm not sure about what constitutes as American humor nowadays. that is quite a question. I think regionally, if we were to find a distinct humor in the region I am in, it's probably about the simple life humor. Everyday observations of mundane life, like, and finding the beauty in that. And usually it's used to contrast. Like, you had a great day when you spent 30 minutes behind a horse trolley in order to drive 5 minutes worth of distance to the nearest grocery store. It'd probably end up being a skit or something, but that's probably something incredibly regionally relatable here.
独身
However, if you drive 2 or 3 hours to the neighboring city, then the sense of humor becomes different, right?
独身 独身
Probably something about office humor. Most of the time it's like office humor. Insulting and observing other people in the office. Like office, the office, right? The office.
彼氏
独身
독신.
独身
I'm more of a dad joke kind of thing. Puns and all. Or maybe some dry pan humor. Dry pan humor is my thing. Keeping a straight face, that's nice. Dry pan humor. Puns. Saying puns with a dry face. I don't know what the dry face is. Saying with a deadpan face. Hello. How are you? You love wordplay, straight face humor, yeah. Like, hey, how's your day? Reasonably terrifyingly monotonous. Thank you. I was like, oh, really? Jolly good. And I'm like, yes, I am incredibly excited. Can't you hear the enthusiasm in my voice? I am practically brimming with eccentricity. Rainbows are practically spewing from my ears. Thank you for inquiring my well-being. I really appreciate it. I'm happy for you. Now, now, like, proceed with the day, right? Walk away as robotically as possible. And then suddenly maybe, do a heel kick in the distance and then proceed to walk as though nothing happened. I don't know if you know what a heel kick is. So there's like someone, just say like the head, and then they would jump up like this. They would have their hands still in their pocket, and one of their legs would like kick onto another leg, and they would look like this in the air, right? Their shoes, pants, they would kind of form like this, and then the ground would be like here, and it would be like a sunset, right? Sunset, and you just see the guy jump up with both their hands still in their pocket and just heel kick and then proceed to walk. And then a laugh reel shows up. A laugh reel will go off and say, yep, average day. So that's what you call that in English. I have no idea. I just call it a heel kick. You tap your heels together. I don't actually know what the formal name is. What do you call kicking or tapping your heels together in the air or while walking? Oh, clicking your heels. Okay, heel clicking. Okay, all right. Okay. I really didn't actually know what it was formally called. Yeah, so clicking your heels or heel clicking. Yeah. You're straight up like, whoop. I once saw someone do that, and very unfortunately, hear me out here. So the person is standing, when a person is standing, right? And then imagine a 3D space. I once saw someone who was on a piece of carpet, right? So here's the ground. The ground is continuous, right? And they decided to do a momentum swing. So they would like swing this way and then swing this way in order to like move their body into the position where they would be then up here, right? And clicking their heels together. And what happened was the moment they left, the rug got shunted to the right and they actually slipped and it just went bam. Yeah, that happens a lot. I've done that too. I've done that before where the rug would fall from beneath. So the moment their like left foot left the ground, it pushed the rug and it sapped all the momentum. So they just like accelerated into the ground. Yeah, it feels bad, man. You know those moments. It's one of those moments like you're doing it and in real time you're like, I've done screwed up. Immediately the rug just slips and you slam the ground even harder at a faster speed. You're basically just face planting, right? It's kind of like getting into like a racer stance, right? Like you're on the ground and then you're ready, right? You're about to sprint out, right? And the moment you slam, the rug gets pulled right underneath and you just go boop right into the ground. The person's like going this way, they're getting ready, and you just whoosh, boop right onto the ground. It's like kind of taking like a 1-inch punch to the face with the ground. Only you're using your face to hit the ground. Happens. You can't help but chuckle and then feel awful right after. You're like, aha, like, ooh, oh. It's okay though. The person was fine. I think it's how you recover from it. They're like, well, I'm never doing that ever again, and then people laugh, But you gotta laugh it off. Oh, what am I doing this? 8人.
8人
You twisted your ankle yesterday, as a matter of fact. Sorry to hear that. Are you on the mends? Was it okay? Got some ice, elevate the ankle. How long is rehab? You're fine? Okay. Not bad. If it's fine, I'll take your word for it.
独身
How'd you twist what were you doing when you twist your ankle? That could be epic. But I felt like an idiot on the ground. Oh, so there's a story. Give me some details.
彼氏
Gekko.
結構
Gekko. Oh man, Gekko. Marriage. 大変.
大変
Gekko right next to 大変.
彼氏
You're leaving a restaurant, heading to the sidewalk, walkable cities. Uh-huh. Oh boy.
一緒 本当 8人 彼氏 独身
Oh, what happened?
Do
全然
Zenzen.
独身
Shin.
9人
Yunin.
大変
Daihen.
彼氏
Kareshi. Wait, was that the end of the story? You're like,
自転車
then before everyone, I rolled a 1 in the D20 dice and my action failed. Walking EXE has stopped working. Oh, rip. So you didn't do the like, you know how, let's just say this is the exit to the restaurant, right? So you're exiting the restaurant, right? You're walking out. You didn't do this pavement here is like slightly elevated, and you're like bump, and you like stumble, and then you fall, and then you hit like an uneven pavement and twist your ankle. You didn't do that? Oh, okay. Something like that. That was my imagery of how someone commonly twists their ankle. That's a it's surprising, or it's not. Okay, so it's not surprising, but there is a behavioral study on that, how like why that is a common relatable thing. So you stood on the floor like an idiot. Oh, okay.
独身
That's funny. Well, I'm glad you're okay. Probably.
独身独身
Nothing like a day or two's rest would be you're back on your feet.
自
自転車
転車
自転車独身
独身
3週間何時間独身自転車人気
独身
You went to the hospital just to make sure your ankle was fine, and it was nice. So no fractures or micro injuries or trauma. Very nice. That's awfully that's awfully responsible of you. I would honestly say a vast majority of very, very stubborn people would think like, nah, I'll just walk it off, and then meanwhile there might be a chance for a microfracture or something that continues to like rub and injure, or like rub and do some gnarly things to your ankle. It's nice that you have access to that. Very nice.
自転車
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 I say that, but I'm probably one of those people who would walk it off. You'll remember the one time when my instep of my foot met the knee block of another person in Taekwondo, and then my instep started like swelling up over there. It was fine though. It was fine. It was and it was a hematoma, a bruising. When you fell on the ground, I immediately thought that my ankle. Oh, wow, interesting. So that alarming. Dang. It's nice to have a peace of mind. Muka.
6日
Muika. Oh no. It hurt. Well, it's very, very nice that you get that peace of mind. The last thing you want is, you know, having extra mental emotional damage, right? Emotional damage. Sitting there waiting. You think it's broken? I don't know.
自転車
Remove all doubt.
20日
It's 20日
独身電車
自転車
Emotional damage, yes.
料理店
料理店
冷蔵庫
冷蔵庫
独身
Am I edgelord to tell you that I don't say emotional damage that way?
独身
独身
自転車
I will not give you the satisfaction of hearing me say emotional damage. I can't do it. Like, forget it.
時間
Oh, I also need a slipper. Yeah. Oh. Wait. Oh, I wrote den instead of
独身
ten. You know, I practice it every day. Specifically for these moments, you know, where I can break it out and be like, yeah, I can be topical too. No, no, no. Much like Stephen He, my parents sound like that most of the time, anyways. So it wouldn't be too far fetched. It'd be like, oh yeah, that's the intonation of someone who would say that with a Chinese accent. or like the Jackie Chan thing. You so sorry. Like, why are you sorry? That kind of thing, right? That that happens all the time, right? Or the nan, nan, nan. Like you go here, nan, nan that, nan this. It's more like the Saturday Night Live skit. No, was it Mad TV when they said the and then it can be truncated to like nen. So like, oh, may I have the chicken fried rice and then also the lo mein, and then yeah. So that is a thing. Interesting though. And when my father is describing something, he would replace it, right? And my mother would say okay after everything in order to do that. So something something, you know, okay, 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 okay. So okay and okay, 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 okay is like following a statement, but you're acknowledging it. And then when you say okay, obviously that's a question. But when you say okay, 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 is meaning I got it. Like, okay. Okay. Sorry. I can hear myself doing it myself. Okay. Dokshin.
独身
I do it all the time too. Like ending with an okay. As opposed to saying, anyways, life goes on. Anyways, yep. What is it? Them breaks. Them's the breaks. I don't know how people say it. Them the breaks or something like that. Or what do kids? What is a more edgier way to end something? It do be like that, you know. Sometimes it just do be like that. What can you do? For real, for real. Oh yeah, that's right. You could use for real, for real. For real, for real. Yeah, for real, for real. It do be like that sometimes. Uh, what the heck is this? Nakami. Oh yeah, Nakami content.
中身
独身
Oops. Nakami.
中
Dokshin.
1月
あ
ど
独身
Nakami.
独身
Dokshin.
中身な独身
Dokshin.
中身
Nani? Kan? Kantan. That's probably Kantan.
簡単
Kan and Kan with eyebrows and Tan because it kind of reminds me of Dan. Kantan. Don't remember what it is though. Kantan. Oh, simple, easy, uncomplicated. Oh. Wait, does this relate anything to... No, it's not close. Not close enough. To, easy in Chinese. 人 人 然后 人 Whoa, no. 然后 That's not it. 能 I forgot this yesterday too.容易. It's not 容, it's 容易. No, it's not related to 容易. It does kind of have yasashi though. 容易. Dude, and I speak English like your average Brazilian. I'm in no position to make fun of other people's accents. How dare you? For example, I can't say the walk talk. Instead, I say walkie talkie. The walkie talkie. McDonald's. That's Mickey Donald's. Interesting. Mickey Donald's. Oh, interesting. I kind of like it. People here call it Mickey D's. I'm just kidding. I actually don't know if people still use Mickey D's. Where do you get Mickey D's, you know? Right, Mickey D's? I mean, that's actually kind of close to your Mickey Donald's. Mickey D's. McDonald's? I guess I say McDonald's. It's kind of boring, isn't it? How can you mess it up so much that people can look at you funny and you're like, yes. McDaddy's? No, whoa. Let's not go there. Yeah, you can't get away with that. Yeah, I guess we're just like Mickey D's is okay. McDonald's? McDonald's? Nah, that doesn't really work, huh?
大切
Too. Now I kind of want French fries. Where's my papas fritas? Hello? Quiero muchos papas fritas, por favor.
Boshi.
Nakami.
I was gonna make a quiero Taco Bell joke, but that's kind of revealing my age, so we're not gonna do that.
Nakami.
Nakami. Nakami.
Mi.
What was a good word? Chalupa. Chalupa. Every time I hear like Taco Bell advertising their chalupa, like that the way they say chalupa makes me kind of chuckle a little. Like chalupa. That word just sounds weird. It's kind of like moist. When you say moist.
中身
Nakami.
独身
독신.
4回
4回. Yeah, 4回.
2ヶ月
2ヶ月. 2ヶ月. No pause. And 1本. 1本.
1分
1分. Oh, it's un. Oh yeah, that's right. 1分, not on. That's a different counter. 1分.
独身
The word moist reminds you of wet, and wet reminds you. No, I'm kidding. I know what you're thinking.
独身
Doxy. It obviously reminds you of a steak medium rare. Obviously. Right. Medium rare steak. Right. And then you can leap to there from the steak part, you know? 2着。
2着
2着。
中身独身
あ、緑色。
緑色
便利。ね。
便利
便利。
中身
中身。
中身
本当
I'll be here every day. But let me give you a few more examples of how I pronounce words in English. Ooh, do tell.
本当
I like this. I like this game.
何枚
何枚。
行く
行く
独身
独身。
中身
中身。Okay. 親切。No? No. Yes. Oh, ご親切。
ご親切
切手。
切手
ご親切。Okay.
両親運転手
運転手。ああ、じゃあ運動。運転手。Dolphy Loren, but the Ren is literally pronounced as Lauren. Oh, Lauren. I see. I think for the longest time I said Ralph Lauren, and then someone's like, no, it's Ralph Lauren. And I'm like, oh, okay. You got to be fancy with it, you know? Well, what's another one? A good one for a fancy, but you gotta posh it up. I think Dalfi Loren the Ren is kind of good. Yap, Guepi, Guepi, huh? Yap. Interesting. Or, yeah, interesting. Oh, I got some. Oh, you know one that I'm not sure if this exists. Where you are, but there was a store. There's a store called this, and there might have been like accent marks, maybe. There might have been accent marks like over this or maybe this. But man, boy, those were the days. I guess you can go so many ways with this. So you're like Aeropostale, Era. I think the thing was like Aeropostale was like, or Aeropostale. There was so many, and to this day I'm not quite sure what it is called. This brand bankrupt. I'm pretty sure, and they're no longer around. I think this one should be easy for you because that's Latin or Greek. I don't know. Oh, okay. Wait, are you talking about Aeropostale or something else?
ご親切
Every time I think of a brand name, I think of how a French person would say it in their accent because it's a kind of fancy. Oh, you're talking about Aeropostale? Aeropostale? Ugh. Tommy Hilfiger. I'm really bad with pronunciations, but whenever someone says like Hilfiger as opposed to like Tommy Tommy Hilfiger. All right, I don't even know how to spell it. Is it this? Tommy Hilfiger? That's probably not it. But it's like Tommy Hilfiger. I don't know how to spell it, the brand's name. I don't really wear these brands too often, so
ご親切
earlier today we were talking about accents. It's kind of funny. Homie, do you figure? Oh man, I don't know how to say that. Do we figure? Yeah, this is where IPA would come in if I knew how to read it. Imagine it's Spanish kind of. Okay. Homie, do you figure? Do you figure? Figure? Yeah, figure? Figure? Yeah, I don't know where the accent is as well. Interesting. Yeah, let's now I just sound like I'm gonna butcher everything. Yeah.
切って
It
切符
boop. Let's just stick with our chipotles, okay? I'm okay with chipotles and tacos
切って、
in Before the Flame Wars. There was this YouTuber that I was binge watching their stories about crime. They were reading their crime stories, and at the end of every one of their bits, they would shout out to where the crime took place. So it could be like other countries or other states, and he would deliberately mispronounce it. And by mispronouncing it, deliberately picking the way that rarely anyone in the international world, like around the world, would pronounce it. Right? So I can't think of a good example because those are so like oh, shout outs to German. Right? Oh, I guess it took place in Germany, so shout outs to German. Germany. I don't know how to mess up Brazil. You know, shout outs to Brazil. So he does it like straight up, like he says it immediately and it just cuts. Like the video just ends. Immediately it just ends at the end. I'm like, wow. And he consistently does that over and over again. Like, oh, dang. Malaysia or Malaysia. See, I love that kind of humor. Yeah. You just gotta be ready for it, you know? You gotta be on your toes.
ご親切、
ご親切. Oh, yeah, 親切.
お、
Oh,
お、
ご親, not お親. ご親切.
し切切って
切って
ご親切切っ
聞いて
両親
父親
父親下手
下手 I don't have many of these, so you're not going to hear me saying something with a straight face outside from left field, you know? So sometimes I might do it, sometimes, but it has to be like a really obvious setup. Where like you knew it was coming and I'm still gonna say it and I'm gonna stare at you for a little bit. And then I'm just gonna resume doing whatever I'm gonna do. Henko.
変更
I don't know when it happens though.
船便
Funabi.
船便
Henko.
変更
Shigoto.
仕事
Jusho.
住所
Interesting.
船便洗濯
Sentaku.
船便
It's time to sleep. I'm glad to hear that you are ready to retire for the day, you know? Yeah. Rest well. Hopefully your leg, your ankle heals up, mend up. Yes. Glad to hear. Yes. Hopefully you get your pep back in your step and yeah, enjoy the rest of your thing. And maybe bring back a story about Carnival. Carnival sounds electric. Also don't twist your ankle again in Carnival. You know, you don't want to end up sitting on the floor again. Kidding. I'll say this, break a leg. Right? I don't know what the deal is with that saying, but it, you know, break a leg. But not literally, but you know, enjoy. Thank you for the conversations in your company.
船便
Whoops.
便便
Wait. Oh yeah.
船
Right.
便
Mm-hmm.
変更
Cool.
船便
Funabin.
住所
Yusho. Ennai.
店内変更 船便
在宅。
在宅
変更
Henko.
変更
掃除。船便
時々。
時々住所変
変更。
船便
変更言葉
言葉。
船便
船便。
今回
今回。
住
優勝。
郵便物
郵便物。
変更変更
郵便。
便
船便
船便。
変更
変更。
変
変更
50分。
50分
留学生。留学生。いや、留学生。
留学生
留学生。番号。
番号
郵便局。局。
郵便局
郵便局。
変更
郵便局
郵便局。
郵便
局。
局
郵便
誕生。
誕生結婚
万人。
万人
Fair enough. Same thing.
変
更。
郵便
郵便。
郵便
郵便。
11
11。
言葉
言葉。
変更
変更。
人気
変更
独身。中身。独身。
独身。
石鹸。
石鹸
石鹸。
中身
背中。
背中
誤
誤解
解。中身。中身。
独身
独身。独身。
中身
中身
独身。小包。What the heck is 小包? Oh. 包み。
小包
小包。Yeah. That's right. Ko is this one. So 小包。小包。空港。
空港
Airport. Quite literally air. Ocean port in the air. Airport. Beautiful character.
田中
Okay. Bendy. U-beam? No. Okay. Funabeam. Sure. Bendy.
便利
息子。
息子船便
Funabeam.
風呂 郵
便。
船
便利
便利。
船便
船。
便利船便問題
問題。Whoops. 郵便局。
郵便局4
4
時
時。By 4 o'clock? No idea. 大変。変更。大変。Okay. 切符。
切符変更。大変大雨
大雨の雨。大雨。大学。
変
更。変更。
大変
大変。Sorry.
大変変更
大雨大変変更
大人。
大人時間。
Oh no. 空港。空港便。空港。No, 航空。航空, right? Because of 空。
航空
航空 and then 航空便。
航空便
Yeah, 航空便。
航空
航空
航空便
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 航空
Oh, I brought a story today. I
航空便
didn't end up telling the story though.
航空
We'll put it in our back pocket for another time.
航空
航空便
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 航空
It
便
was like a what up, grind my gear, possibly a grind my gear short story.你学的什么什么样了？我学过多邻国的 course lesson. That's about it though. Um, 不错. I don't know how you say HSK 3? HSK 3? Something like that. Unless 你说日本话日本语还是中文中文很不错 I suppose 看了你的I don't know those two, but it kind of sounds like it would fit as a streaming or you saw. I don't know what those are. 看了你的视频 Interesting. 视频 Oh, that's what video is. Okay. 视频 I was gonna say stream. I see. 很厉害 Oh, 厉害 Oh, okay. That's how you do 厉害 Interesting. 谢谢我需要努力学习很多学习很多很多学习there's gonna be it's a work in progress. You speak Chinese and English, and I'm also learning Japanese on Duolingo. Oh, interesting. Welcome. Hello. Yeah. 我不是我不是中国人 maybe a little bit, but 我是美国人 我的父母是中国人但是我说福州话跟我父母说福州话不是说中文 or 汉语 Yeah. Usually we speak Fujianese. So, however, it's okay now because I kind of can picture the words and the sounds and whatnot. So I can kind of just fill in the words that I would typically want to say, anyways. So it's not too bad. We did complete the Duolingo Chinese course. It refreshed a lot of things that I wanted to know. I can't read. In terms of the Chinese, like the Mandarin, I can't read. for the most part. And sometimes the grammar is all over. The grammar can be all over the place, but it's good enough to say certain things. まだ日本語のプラスは勉強している. A good question. That's a very good question. Yeah. So how are you? What are you doing else for Japanese, by the way? Yeah. I am doing like Wanikani stuff, so Wanikani and Duolingo, and then we're just I guess watching anime and vlogs and media on the side. At the moment, it'll be not till year 3 before we do something even more dramatic. I'm trying to think how I would say it's not a race. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's not a marathon. I can't say that in Chinese. Maybe something about the turtle and the hare? No, I can't say that either. You updated to Windows 11 and I'm not used to... Oh, you're getting used to Windows 11? So Windows 10 officially stops support in October next year. So we're going to be building a new PC in October. I look forward to saying random things about Windows 11 until then. Oh yeah, this year. Oh yeah, that's right. You're right. I keep forgetting that it's 2025. Yeah, this year, October. Yeah, so less than 10 months from now. Windows 10 is going to reach end of life. Although you can extend it, but yeah, we're upgrading. May I ask, you say you speak Chinese and English. Are you diaspora? Dao? Dao. Are you diaspora, or are you someone who happens to know English very well because you like to hang out in this side of the internet? Or maybe you're possibly somewhere else that speaks a different regional Chinese, but still like speak regional, speak Mandarin standard, but maybe a different dialect of Chinese. What is this? Haitatsu. Haitatsu. Haitatsu-butsu. Haitatsu-butsu.
大丈夫。
Ah!
配達物。
配達
Haitatsu. I haven't written haitatsu.
配達。
Haitatsu.
配達物
Your English is not the... Oh, you're studying in the US now? Are you an international student? Ooh, I'm not gonna ask you for like personal things, but university? Maybe
配
university?
達物
大学生? 大学生ですか?
配達物
Neat. I don't get a lot of opportunities to talk with it. With university international students anymore. What 以前 maybe 以前 oh yeah 我以前在 what do you call them? 大学? No. 大学. I used to go to university with internationals. Like a international university, and I did get an opportunity to interact with some Chinese international students. We're not going to mention any school names, obviously, out of professional courtesy and potential doxing, but
配達
yeah, it has often been a pleasure of mine to see Chinese international student at the university I used to go to.
配達
May I ask what you're studying? Senko, あなたの専攻は大学に、how does it say? 専攻は何ですか？大学に専攻は何ですか？ What are you majoring in at the university?
配達
配達
配達物
配達物配達物
配達
Computer science. All right.
配達
Well, that is the United States is certainly a place for computer science.
配達物
Intriguing. So, how does Japanese fit into all of this? I know this is a little bit of a personal question. Churn, by the way, I'm gonna volunteer Churn. Churn is also from somewhere else, and there's a lot of, I come from I'm an ABC, so I'm an American born Chinese. However, learning Japanese and then associating with Chinese is something that, depending on what type of region you're from and how progressive you are, you're probably a bit on the progressive side, seeing that you're in the United States right now studying. Learning Japanese isn't like, it's kind of a hit or miss when there are different motivations. But yeah, my parents often ask, like, but what's the deal, right? Largely because of my parents are still belonging to that generation where there is some cultural friction between Japan and Chinese. And obviously, since you're from China, I was kind of curious, what was your interest in learning Japanese? I don't usually get a lot of opportunities to talk with Chinese, especially mainland Chinese, given the internet, how the internet works, right? Obviously, if you're not comfortable with that, that's perfectly all right, as well. It is a very rare opportunity. You don't really this doesn't really happen very often. What is this? Koku.
航空
Koku. Oh my god. Koku. Koku beam. Chern already gave me a lot of his we chat quite a bit, him being from a different part of the world. Oops. Oh, okay. The fate of the Asian fate, huh? I feel ya.
Koku.
Okay. How may I ask,
航空便
how accessible is Japanese culture and games and stuff in China for you? Like, was your passion and stuff very accessible? This interest of yours? I reckon it's fairly accessible here in the United States, of course. However, I don't know how accessible it is in China. Oku,
航空
oku, oku, oku.
航空便
航空便
航空
oku,
航空
oku.
航空便航空便
航空便
配達物、
配達物
配達物。How long have you been in the United States, actually? Let's change gears. Slightly change gears. How is your stay in the United States? 配達物。
配達
Oh, I have so many little like questions. I like hearing
配達
the first of stuff.
配達
Like,
配達物
have you ever
配達物
talked to any other, have you had conversations with like American born Chinese before? What's haitatsu? Haitatsu is delivery. To deliver. Like haitatsu suru is to make a delivery, and then haitatsubutsu is delivered items. Or the act of delivering something. Like delivery. It's delivery, not it's DiGiorno, not delivery. I'm kidding. I don't know if you would use that for pizza. I know, yeah, I guess you could use it to describe pizza. You had pizza delivered. So like delivered tatsubutsu shite iru or wait. I'm having pizza delivered. No, that doesn't make sense. Something like that. Accessible. Most content from China is banned by the government, but we usually watch or play through some illegal the workarounds. I see. Oh no. Take your time. Yeah, content out of China. Yeah. Okay. I wanted to know from like obviously I have to assume things, right? Because I'm on the outside. That's the impression that I got
配達物
about accessibility for content outside of China.
配達
不是有我 Oh, is that how you say firewall? 是有 Yeah. 防火 Okay. Oh, that's how you say well, okay. 防火墙 Yeah, 墙嘛 Yeah. I saw fire and I'm like, that's gotta be firewall. Yeah, the Great Firewall.
配達
Naitatsu.
配達物
配達物
怎么是 ABC American born Chinese? Which you are not, of course. Since they don't know. Yeah, American born Chinese. Yeah. This is this is me, of course. And Churn obviously don't know what it is, so Churn is not American-born Chinese. But Churn is a something else too, although that is part diaspora in some sense. Yeah. 明白了. I'm very happy to be able to read what you guys are saying, so it's kind of this is a treat for me. This is a treat for me that you're able to say things and I can actually read them. Even when you're talking to each other, I can read most of it. I wasn't able to do this ever in my entire life up to like it was less than I guess less than 200 days ago, or a little over 200 days now, but I was able to read at least simplified Chinese. VPNs. Climb over a wall. Oh. Oh, so you don't use hike. Interesting. 25人家我的朋友 better 我同我好我们用 yeah VPN climb over 啊 It's that's a wild character for climbing over. How long have you been learning Japanese? 到你学的日话多少时间？ Are you asking me or asking Churn? Oh no, wait. I already answered that question, so it's probably Churn. I don't even know if Churn has siblings now that I think about it. 我对中国人太认知。我的多 Oh no, I don't know that character. Something's country street. Oh, Oh yeah, Okay, that's Duolingo. Wait, 314. 天了. Oh, you're a single child, Chern? I see. I haven't asked if you had siblings. Yeah. 我有一个我有一个妹妹。我有一个妹妹，她是现在在日本工作，她在现在在日本工作。Oh, that's how you write that. Interesting. Okay.
航空
Koku. Right? Koku. Yeah, Koku. For aviation. Koku. Koku. 但是 recently study 多，每天就职 one lesson. Oh, okay. Yeah, 加油，加油吧。
航空便
我现在没有工作，就that's why I have so much time, right? 我我我有很多时间学习日本话日话。
航空
Oh, okay.
航空便
Don't I have work? Yeah, I don't have work at the moment. Yeah, I don't have work at the moment. It's actually been a while. If it is not too personal, how do you get my income? What's the word for passive? Passive income. You stay frugal. I mean, eventually I will have to work, but not right now. Not
航
right
空
now.
便
航空航空
Passive income. Would this be a hot take? I'm gonna do a hot take. It's only for fun, okay? Don't take it out of context. But if it's not too personal, how do I get my income? Capitalism. I guess that's the hot take. No, I have passive income. Passive income enough to last for a specific amount of time before I have to consider finding an active income. I live comfortably enough. You came to the US August 2024. Oh. Wow, that's really recent. And you also need to get used to the life here? Tell me. Tell me. What is one of the few things you're trying to get used to right now? I've often wanted to ask these questions
航
towards
空
someone.
便
What is something that you're trying to get used to?
航空便
美国的钱太贵了。What? Yeah, true. True, if you're going from the other way direction. True. Or is it 太高? 太高了. Do you use 高 or 贵 in this situation? uh, 4 times. Wow, that's a lot more expensive actually. Holy heck. 4.2 times? Really? 4.2 to 1. That's kind of 4.5? Dang. That's a lot. So what you're telling me, Churn, is I should visit Malaysia, and then I'd be living 4.5 times as luxurious as. No, I'm kidding, obviously, but yeah.
航空
Yeah, I answered this question quite a bit.
航空便
I have money enough to extend a part of my life until I go back to work. So when you budget enough, right? If you do like budgeting and stuff, you can have enough savings where I'm not a person who used to live from paycheck to paycheck. I used to work really hard. I know this sounds really cliche, but I used to work really, really hard, and I didn't quite enjoy life as much as I should have. I suppose. Like in retrospect, like I worked when I could have been relaxing. I worked when I could have been resting. Like all the stuff that I talk about nowadays for like work-life balance, it's largely why I go through periods where I don't have any work to do, like formal work to do, and then periods I do have work to do. And this is not great for someone's career. So if you're someone who thinks, oh, it would be great if you spend all your resting hours in the middle of your like life or something, it's not great for career development. Like, because when I have to enter back the workforce, then I have to explain like, why didn't you work for 5 years, that kind of thing. So for me, although I'm taking a break, I'm also skill developing, right? I'm developing a lot of skills in the meantime, so I can explain a little bit about all the things I've been doing, and largely to explain why I took a 5-year or so break. It has been quite some time now. In Chinese university, you don't need to care about food or rent. It's pretty convenient. The campus and cost low. Oh, so are you? How does that work when you're here? So does the university supply financial aid for international students? Are you on a scholarship or something, Val? Because that stuff costs money here. So how does that work? I don't think I've ever asked this question to any of the students. Usually it's about like class stuff. Interesting. Oh, which by the way, I didn't ask. Are you a... Oh no, I don't know what this term is. Churn, can you help me out? Like, are you an undergraduate student? Or a graduate student? Because if it's a graduate student, oftentimes I think even international students, that's still true, technically. I think. Because there's like... it might not sound the same, but usually like food and rent and stuff, when you qualify for like some sort of international study and training, it's actually quote unquote covered, so to speak. Oh, you're a graduate student. Okay. Nice. So is now, I'm guessing you have a stipend? You have a stipend of some sort that provides like, but you have to go out and spend that to do like rent and food, right? But then your tuition is probably through the exchange, through the international exchange or studies of something. Stipend is kind of like a cost of living. You can kind of see it as a cost of living for going to a graduate university in the United States. So you are also working for the university at the same time. Like the research you do, the things you do, you are kind of helping, so you get paid for that out of like a funding source. And that is supposed to help you with your cost of living. Yeah. Do you like claim it from the school if you got good grades? They give it to you for existing. Or like what I mean is for doing your things for the school. So oftentimes it can be like things like doing research. Any research you do is technically owned by the school, right? If you're doing that. Or like you teach, like teacher's assistants is why when people go to college, right, when undergrads go to college, they have people grading their exams, and people helping the professors. People helping the professors. So you are actually doing work. Yeah, you are actually doing work for the university. And then they try to give you a stipend to try to offset cost of living, basically. It ends up going to cost of living, which is like rent and food. You do, but it's not much. Okay, I see. A graduate level computer science major. What type of fields are available for a graduate student in computer science? That's pretty I don't hear that too often. Like, what do you do at the higher graduate level for computer sciences these days? Maybe like synthesis, conceptual, quantum computing. I have no idea. I'm sorry. I was a science major. I was a biologist. So I have no idea what graduate computer science people do in the American universities. I have no idea what they study.
大切
Like, whoops, like what route it is. I bet. Nice. I
配
typoed.
達
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Typo. I'm so infatuated with your background right now.
配達物
配達
配達物
配達
Is that what that's called? Something to do with school? Oh, they didn't use Fey. I was gonna say maybe like something with Fey, but scholarship? Sort of, yeah. It's part of the scholarship, yeah. 奖学金 is close enough. Actually, let me see. How do they translate it when you type in stipend? Does it actually come out to 助学金? Oh, 助学金 works actually. That actually works. Yeah, it could be. Oh. Hold. Ding. Yeah. Oh yeah, like allowance? Yeah, that's pretty good too. Yeah. Like allowance, yeah. I was gonna say maybe something like 住 works actually. 住 like to live. So 住 住的 住的钱 right? 住的钱 to help with cost of living and building. So like a combination of maybe 工作和住 like 做里做的做的事情和工作 like 工作的事情 and 住的 stuff. So to live and work. That's a live and work money, which is what the stipend is trying to explain, right? I'm kind of curious how it's defined in English. Let's see how it's defined in English. A fixed regular sum paid as a salary or allowance. Yeah, more or less an allowance works. Yeah, fixed regular sum paid. So like you get the payments regardless. If you're gonna attend the university for 4 years, it is a fixed sum. It doesn't change unless it's agreed upon. So you get this fixed amount regardless of what you do, but it exists for you to study. Yeah, allowance is a great way to put it. I didn't grow up with allowances, so it's not in my lexicon too much. But yes, an allowance is a great great way to capture that. No.
配達
I think that's it. Sounds like to help people who is pretty poor. Oh, I see. I see. So kind of like oh, okay. That makes sense. Because like homeless, right? Like kind of a homeless situation, right? Like you don't have a place to live kind of thing, and you're supporting like people who are more like salary no matter how rich you are. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, that makes sense. Here you can claim it from like school if your grades are really good to help you pursue your uni. Is that more like a yeah, that's a scholarship. Yeah, that's a scholarship. So scholarships are rewards. Rewards or yeah, that's a scholarship. So you're rewarded for doing good. So if you did good at things, you get scholarships. Yeah. Yeah, scholarships. Which in the United States, in the USA, I talked about this a little bit. When you qualify, so here's I don't mean to put you on the spot, Jiao. But oftentimes international students are already really qualified. So like it's very rare. It's much rarer for an international student to be able to enter a US university for advanced studies, for graduate studies. And usually the quote unquote scholarship deals with paying for tuition, like the cost of the education. And in the United States, when you have like extraordinary cases like international students that enter university at this level, the United States typically have government funding to give a scholarship or training or studies that ends up covering things like tuition. Like, for example, I don't think Jiao is probably not paying the tuition cost because that's absurd. It's very, very expensive. So usually international students and American citizens, right? American students would apply to these universities that have qualified training programs, which are scholarships. So like for me, when I went off to university for graduate school, I didn't pay, like the scholarship, quote unquote, the scholarship covered my education. My education was really expensive. So it's a combination of scholarship and then a stipend. The stipend is the other part. So oftentimes when a student has to go to university, you talk about how much did the school cost, and then does the school provide any form of stipend or an allowance to help you with cost of living stuff. It's largely why I asked if Jiao was a graduate student or an undergrad. When you're an undergrad student, you have to be extra special, in my opinion, in the United States to get scholarships. And those are very competitive. And also lots of people pay their way, pay the tuition. So that's where you hear most of the conversations about incredibly expensive education and whatnot. When by the time you get to graduate school, you're entering like the small percentage of people who want to go off to graduate school. And in my opinion, if Jiao was able to get into a university in the United States as an international student, it means even less than this. It's even less than 1%. So it's pretty impressive, actually. Like, you have to be an exceptional student in China and then have an exceptional chance to study in the United States as a graduate student. So it's like rare among rare. Hopefully that's not too embarrassing, but the odds are really rare for this type of thing to happen when you consider everyone. I'm not sure, maybe your uni sucks. It's still very, like, statistically you are very rare. Like, it's less than easily less than 5% chance. Easily less than 5% chance with all the potential things you could have done, right?
配達
So just wanted to say that because I think sometimes what you're choosing to do is going to be a long and very, very committed path.
配達物
I really, it's very heartwarming to see and hear people who are in graduate schools, largely because it's not a thing. Like, it's not that glamorous, and it often constantly feels like everything sucks around you. For lack of a better word, it actually oftentimes just feel like it sucks. Because you don't have, there's not, like, it's not an ideal situation most of the time. So I know what, I kinda possibly know what you mean when you say you're not sure. Maybe your uni sucks. Oh, sorry. I'm thinking of the wrong character. My bad. So I hope your stay is going all right. How long are you gonna be here for? I guess your graduate studies, so 5 years? 4 or 5 years?
大切
Taisetsu. Oh, no, not Taisetsu. It's Haitatsu. I'm not focusing. What you call it? Have some fun questions.
配達物
Okay, all right. Let's stop being a pep here. Just for a moment.
配達
Oh, right. Haitatsu.
はい
Well, we won't talk about what just happened. You still don't know what uni you want to go to? Interesting. Sharon, you're staying local, right? How accessible is a university in Malaysia?
航空便
MAKU.
航空
How are your classes right now? Oh.
航空
And may I ask, if it's not too personal,
航空便
how does your English, does your English present
航空
a barrier at all
航空
when you're learning such advanced things?
航空便
I think for the most part, my impression of international
Well,
students at a specific level, they're perfectly fine when they're not concerning the idea of speaking. But generally speaking,
Okay.
when they're reading and doing the stuff, they're perfectly fine. I think I had maybe 2 or 3 classmates in science
航
at
空
the time. And their speaking was sufficient. But I don't think they've
Okay.
ever deliberately like expressed any issues with using English. Oh, reading paper is tough? I see. Cause I'm in a Chinese school, so our stuff are taught in Chinese and English. Okay. Go on, turn. So you could probably go to any English-speaking university, right, Chern? Like, if you wanted to, you have a larger availability since you have English and Chinese available to you. Mm.
配達
Um, do you have services? English is your only option. Oh, okay. Okay. Do you Zhao, do you read papers largely, like that's pretty much what you have to do, or do you have any like services or any way to offset the reading paper thing? I'm always kind of curious how paper changes. And I'm guessing reading scientific papers, right? Reading scientific papers is completely different here, isn't it? So what I mean is, I don't know in China how accessible scientific journals and stuff for like graduate studies is. That's really interesting, actually. Like, how accessible is that? I got an opportunity a little bit back asking someone who was from Tokyo, but Tokyo is reading papers. You know, when you're watching YouTube and then people would have like, they would do a little like screenshot of like one of these articles. It'd be like long text, and then it'd be like tiny text here, and then like, you know, introduction, methods, and then they would have like this little corner thing, and it tells you like JCB or something. These are the type of articles I'm talking about, and you don't usually encounter these in the wild because usually they're licensed in a way, like where universities in the United States they subscribe and have access to these papers. So these are what we could refer to as primary literature. Primary literature. And oftentimes I've always wondered, if you're in China, for example, do you use the same like accessibility to research papers? Yeah, and then we call these, or I commonly as an American usually refer to these as papers, like, or articles. They're the type of things that most people don't read. Most, like, less than, I would say less than 10% of the population do not read these types of papers. Or like, I mean, sorry, not that, the other way. I would say within the 10% read these type of papers as the primary type of reading. Most of the time, media covers these papers. So like whenever you say like, oh yeah, smoking, you know, smoking causes lung cancer, right? Smoking causes lung cancer. There's got to be evidence that pushes this. So these papers are where you read and collectively interpret this thing, which I put causes in quotations because in these papers, they wouldn't necessarily say causes. It would say it's associated or correlates. And then their experiments are able to demonstrate. Yeah. Is it? Yeah. Research papers. Yeah. Research articles. Yeah. Research articles. The experiment can demonstrate something, but then that experiment can produce associations as opposed to like using causal language like this. And those are like the research papers I'm talking about. You can find a limited amount of scholar papers from Google Scholars, yes. Provided like there are journals and stuff that are free for use and consumption, but not all of them. Not all of them are accessible that way. And not all research papers are accessible. As in like you can only read the first front page or something like that. It's kind of there's a market in a way. It's dealing with business and funding again. Some papers are accessible because universities bought them. Okay, others also from out of GFW. Yes, researchers do. Oh, okay. So you do. Okay, you do have somehow gather access research from outside. I see. Your teacher said that when you're in uni, you'll use Google Scholar to find your info and not Google. All right. Yeah, you can use other sources. However, I don't know how accessible they are in other countries, right? I don't know how accessible. There are other different like databases. You can find other databases outside of Google, but Google Scholar does a great job. Now, when you find them, it doesn't mean you can read them. Like Google Scholar will pick up like a lot of the references. Like it'll tell you what the articles are, but it's not guaranteed that you can actually read them in the entirety. Like you can maybe read parts of the article, and that's the whole thing, right? You need to read the whole thing. If you're doing like scholarly work, you can't just read the summary, which I'm gonna have to admit, lots of people stop here. They read the summary and they don't read the rest. And usually the part that's going to bite you the most is not be able to understand what the heck the summary is about. Like what I mean by that is if someone told you eating fruit is linked to cancer, right? Let's just say a media outlet put this out. My first thought is, what kind of fruit? Like, let's just say, I'm not even saying how outrageous this might sound. I'm asking questions that you can't possibly answer without knowing the original source. So like, what kind of fruit? You know? What kind of fruit? What type of cancer? Are we talking about humans? What constitutes as eating? Like, in what way is it eating? And what type of association is this? And you have to answer them with the original paper. And most of the time, that's how I view YouTube. Whenever I see a content creator create like some sort of, with a lot of exceptions, obviously there are exceptions, however they're in the minority. When someone says this, you know, if you do A, it leads to B and it gets to C. So if you start with my A, you'll eventually get to C. And I'm like, okay, well now I have a lot of questions. What the heck is this? What the heck is your method? and then they'll try to talk about their methods, right? But then their methods are not standardized. That's kind of the stuff that I concern myself with most of the time. So papers, the type of papers I'm talking about, they typically go out of their way to explicitly, these are the type of papers that I'm talking about. They explicitly cover all those things, at least to the best of their knowledge. I very want to get info from paper, but now reading English is a barrier for you. Yeah, and you can only read very slowly. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Or I read some summary or asked ChatGPT. Ooh, I haven't considered that. When I was in graduate school, something like ChatGPT didn't exist. However, I'll have to ask you. I want to ask you and Churn in the future. When I'm sometime this year, I'm actually kind of curious how well ChatGPT can quickly transcribe things as an aid. So what I mean by that is, some of my thoughts were I want to learn something, right? And my Chinese needs practice. So one of the ideas I had was, hey, can you summarize this English journal? You're literally describing something that I want to try, but in the opposite direction. Basically, I can read this article in English. So that's my point of reference. And I want to challenge the language model. It doesn't have to be ChatGPT, but we'll probably use ChatGPT. Can you summarize this article for me in Chinese? And then what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to use the Chinese I know and then learn the Chinese I don't know in that summary. And then I can always read the English article to see if I'm gathering the same type of information from ChatGPT. But I haven't ever considered it the other way around, where like if someone's main language is Chinese, right, in Mandarin, is ChatGPT still able to consistently interpret and or be able to capture things like research articles? Now, you might be thinking like, I think ChatGPT will do fine with like media language, like media English language. However, I'm not sure if I don't know how well it works with things like scholar stuff, like things that might not have technical information might be lost a lot of times. And I've always wondered that. That's a good way. I actually think it's a fantastic use of ChatGPT and LLMs when you're trying to get that. Yeah, yes they can, but it's still summary. I need to know the details about the paper. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the very specific details are what matters a lot of times. So, sorry. Yeah. So you answered a lot of the questions that I have always wondered about it. Obviously, you have to one has to keep in mind that none of this exists. In case you miss, some key info, it's those little things. There was one time, misreading like one sentence. Obviously, this doesn't happen all the time, but there was one time when I misread one sentence and it changed like my entire experimental setup. Like the one sentence was very important that I knew this before so that I could consider something. So oftentimes we would like read a paper, right? And then we would have multiple people read the paper. So whenever you're like with your coworkers and whatnot, oftentimes you don't like trust only yourself. You also have coworkers. You have like coworkers, like lab mates and stuff, to help you make sure you don't miss that one time. One time I thought I covered most of the problems, right? I designed something to cover most of the shortcomings, but I missed a finer detail. So I had to like rework the experimental approach. And it can set you back a lot. And then when I think about summaries, like ChatGPT summarizing something, the summaries do not catch nuances of that. Experience does. So you're either really experienced and you know this already, or it's gonna get lost. You know, it generally gets lost in summary. Yeah, I totally feel you. I definitely understand what that would feel like. It's so you're doing that's incredible that you're going into an advanced study in a secondary language. Obviously I did not, so kudos to you. Hopefully everything works out. Yeah, 加油 right? 加油頑張って yeah 頑張ってください頑張ろう It's a tough one. Very tough one. Do you work with other people? Yeah, add oil. They may capture nuances info sometimes, but it's not stable. I see. It's neat though. It's cool that you have a tool like that nowadays, which is great. It's to me, it's a work in progress, right? Back in the day, you're just crapped out of luck. Hear me out. There were times when I wanted an article and it was like a first press article and it was in a different language. But it's super rare. It's super rare that the article isn't typed in English. So by default, obviously, this is something I can't relate indirectly, but there were specific times when there was a language barrier in the first press release. It was like there was sometimes French and German research, sometimes, but it's very rare. So yeah, hopefully it becomes less of a problem in the future. That's kind of cool. I don't even know what. May I ask, do you have like a specialization when you're reading something, or computer science? Like computer science is such a broad discipline, so I don't even know how do you get more specific. Like for example, for myself, yeah, sure, biology, but I was molecular biology, and then that means I don't work with cells or the biggest molecular compound or like biggest molecular entity that I work with was viruses. And then I usually work at the genetic level. So we're largely talking about basically like poly, I don't know what we would call it. Just things that are very, very small. They're not like, they're smaller than cells. I usually work with smaller than cells. So oftentimes not like I know nothing beyond, I know very little beyond like even how a cell operates as a whole. Let alone anything that happens in like a large animal model. Like I don't know a lot about like large animals or humans. For example, off the cue. So learn you work with bioinformatics professor now. Intriguing. Ah. This is about I would say this is about 7 years ago. I had to educate myself at the time in some bioinformatics because we had to analyze sequencing data, right? High throughput sequencing data. So that involved a bit of like largely R, using some machine learning methods to biofields. I see. Intriguing. But that's where it's going. I'm sure you probably cross over like background information on what type of data that comes out from a wet lab or something regarding like genetic sequencing and whatnot. I'm kind of curious how well that field is going at the moment. I don't have any privileged information, so I don't work there. I don't work in that field anymore. So interesting. Machine learning methods still, huh? That buzzword. Machine learning was a buzzword. Machine learning methods was a buzzword even before the recent like public use, the public applications like LLMs and stuff. Machine learning buzzed around since as long as I was a graduate student, actually. So at least 15 plus years old. When it comes to analyzing large data sets. I think that's it. I promise this is the most technical we're going to get because I'm no longer that knowledgeable. Not sure if you thought, hey, let's just chill with this guy learning Japanese on Duolingo, and then now we're just suddenly talking about machine learning and bioinformatics. I know. Shush. I don't think I'm gonna get anything done today.
配達
配達
配達物 配達
Hey, one day, Churn, listen. Hear me out here, Churn. In maybe 3 or 4 years, you better, you better be telling me what you're studying, right? Then we can talk all about that too. Maybe I'll learn something, you know?
配達物
I feel that in bioinformatics, we're still using old machine learning and deep learning methods. Yeah.
配達
It's quite rudimentary, even during the time of an explosion of data.
配達物
The collection of data far exceeded the methods in analyzing them. I think that's one of the biggest. Dang it! If only there's something that could do this something, because I can't humanly do it. That's kind of a comment that I make to myself quite a bit. It's like, we have these things that generate so much data, but it's very difficult to like parse and make sense and also be able to like collectively come to a look for it. And then it's even further behind is the intersection between people who are making the methods and people who are interpreting the methods. So like oftentimes when you step into a room and then you're watching a group of developers, methods, like analytic program developers, and then you have a group of scientists, like a wet lab scientist, people who are collecting, like geneticists or something. And then when they're talking to each other, even that communication is a barrier at the moment, or it has been a barrier. I'm not sure if it's changed very much. And in order to get the methods and whatnot as well to become like more guided or interested, both parties have to communicate properly. And that, I don't think I've ever witnessed that happening too much. It might also be it's a natural consequence of being specialized in a field and trying to get two specialized fields to collaboratively work on methods. I still remember the days when there's this like they use like old bootstrap like code, and you pump out a number and you're like, I don't know what that means. Like, what does that even mean? And then you would hit like bugs and stuff like, can it do this, or can I filter using this? And then after a while it's like, I'm not even sure what this data says even anymore. It happens quite a lot. Like, I go to a seminar. I go to two seminars, right? Say you go to two seminars, hypothetically. You go to the geneticist in the lab, right? So you have a geneticist and a bioinformatician. Oh, this sounds like a setup for like a joke, like a comedy routine. So you go to a seminar, and the seminar features a geneticist and a bioinformatician from the same lab. Right? When I go to the geneticist seminar, it's like, oh, okay, I'm on board because my background was this. So they try to use the models to like interpret the models in their like what they're trying to do, right? And then when you go to a bioinformatician from that same lab, and you see things like this, and then it's like this, and then there's like several numbers here, and like I have no idea. And it's not necessarily dealing with the methods even. This is like the results of the methods, and then the results of the methods come with so many questions. Like, so in the end, it's very difficult to know. I still remember asking myself this, and I tried for a brief, like a year and a half to 2 years, to try to understand even the old methods. That's pretty awesome that maybe you have a chance of writing a thesis and or a project on maybe something like that. That'd be pretty sweet. I can't wait to read it, or at least try to read it. All right, we're finally off this, okay, guys? We're finally off this, and we're back in.
Koku.
Koku. I look forward to hearing little things about what's a little trendy right now in the field.
Koku.
航空便航空
One time,
航空便
I remember putting in a data set. Right, I put in a data set, and I'm like, all right, I got these numbers, and I think I know what they mean. And then time comes to present them, and immediately I get dismantled by like 3 or 4 questions by my mentors and coworkers. Like, no, you're right. I have no idea. Like, does this number decrease, or
航空便
it's like, what do they do with this if it doesn't fit in this parameter?
航
And I'm
空便
like, I don't know.
航空
I think not only are the methods old models and old methods, but the knowledge and the people using it is also behind.
航空便
And how do you circumvent that? You might even say Duolingo, right? Duolingo is the same reason. Like, oh yeah, there are definitely more methods. There are definitely more methods at learning language, but still sticking with tried and true things.
配達物
You look pretty good at studying. I studied for a very long time. It's the Asian fate. I'm kidding. I'm making a funny stereotype. I'm Asian. What do you think? I'm only saying this because now that I know my company, I'm like, I mean, you gotta be good at studying. Hear me out. I'm not gonna speak for anyone else, just myself, right? Just myself. I'm practicing right now, right? I'm practicing right now. So it's the easiest thing I can do. Quote unquote, it's the easiest thing I can do. So right now I'm reviewing. I know we just met, so I'm explaining this. I'm reviewing right now. So I'm preparing to summarize. I'm preparing to summarize my last 100 days. So right now I'm very relaxed because I'm not actually learning anything. So what I mean is I'm not learning like Japanese, new Japanese. This is me studying for an exam right now. Me reviewing for an exam. There's no new information coming into my head. So we're chatting and we're taking the new experiences you guys pretty much for the time being. And I'm making sure I don't have any holes. Although I do have to actually hit all these subjects beforehand. Meanwhile, Churn is pointing out the fact that I'm not doing a lot of reviewing. Tight. What am I doing? Oh. Oops. What did I do? Oh, hi. I keep
Hi,
hitting. I keep typing Thai, not hi. My bad.
配達
配達物
All right. Anyways, thank you for
配達
chilling and sharing.
配達物配達
Are you on break right now,
配達物
or did your break?
配達物
Did
配達
school? Did classes start again, or I don't know how computer
配
science
達
keeps go about it. You have a clear view of what progression you are at. You learned a lot from me today? Really? I'm shocked. I think I've learned more from you than you learned from me. Let's call it equivalent exchange. Oh wait, now that I think about it, you're at 314 days. Where are you? Is it all on the Japanese course? Oh, wait. We started about the same amount of time, now that I think about it. You're like... no, not what I mean by that is... you started on this Japanese course. So what I mean is the Japanese course that came after the update. So, interesting. Yeah, where are you in the Japanese course?
もの
Oh no. 動物。動物。物。
動物
鉱物。
鉱物
果物。
果物もの
食べ物。
食べ
物
動物。
物
物。 I like education. I I hope I don't want to give you the false impression. This is my section 2 unit 22. Okay. I can't wait to hear what you think when you get to section 3 unit 37 and after. I have a few people, like 2 or 3 people getting close to that. Yeah. I look forward to hearing what your experience is going to be like. Obviously, don't forget your schooling. Yeah.
物
動物
Yeah, it's been a long time since I walked into a university. I really do miss it. If it isn't already apparent that I absolutely love talking to students all the time. It's so fascinating what you guys are learning.
鉱物、
動物、
物、
物、建物、
建物、動物、
果物。Alright. 果物。Oh, which that means section 2 unit 23. You can probably know all the terms by what they sound like. I think section 2 unit 22. Yeah, almost the vast majority of the. Okay, there is probably a few here, but you probably already encountered like 動物 at least. So
動物
you're if you hear it, you probably already know what it is at this point.
果物、
果物. Duolingo doesn't start introducing kanji heavily until section 3 unit 37. So they switch gears at section 3 unit 37. So you keep learning. They focus largely on kana all the way up until it gets to section 3 unit 37. So then they start replacing everything with kanji. So if you're listening to the words, you might actually already know all the words. By the time you get here, at least in my opinion, when I got here, the rest was history. Basically, when a word comes up, it's like, oh, I know this word because I know the kana. However, now you get to focus on what the kanji looks like. That's kind of how they went about it. It's still a while. I think section 2 ends with unit 30 something, and then you got another 30, and then you'll hit upon the stuff. Like I can show you. So when you're here, it's a thing that they did. I'm not sure. It's not for everyone. So you could see like if you look through your section, most of the time the kanji is like 2, 1, 3, and then they keep trying to stick with the counters and pools of stuff, right? You get to section and then oh yeah, that's right, you have Chinese. That's right. Hanzi, they have a Hanzi as well now in Chinese. But when you get to here, like right here, by the time you get to here at 36, right? Then you can just try to read all this stuff. But what happens then is then they start introducing kanji. So whenever there's a grammar point, outside of a grammar point, then they start introducing kanji at a faster rate. So then you'll be more familiar with a lot of these like meanings, because that's where you get Hanzi. Which, by the way, this is what the Chinese course looks like. When it comes to their Hanzi. So they do the same. It's inherited from the Japanese course. So It's organized this way too. Every unit has about like 15 to 20 hanzi that's new, and then 15 to 20-ish like terms that you use. So I don't know how much is. I didn't actually total this up. I'll probably figure it out by the time I do my review. I have to do a review of this too, of the Chinese course, which I reached the end of the Chinese course. So, you can see near the end, that I haven't really finished this stuff, but this is how it looks as well, you know, on the Hanzi side of the world. Yeah, and Japanese is too long. Like it's way. I'm not close. Like I have like another year before I reach the end of the Japanese. But we're starting Spanish soon, so if you're interested in Spanish, sorry, we're starting Spanish in February. Spanish is actually my first learned language. I learned Spanish first. Japanese is a language I do not know. And then Chinese, I have familiarity because my parents. You tried Spanish? Ooh. How did you like Spanish? Weird? You know what's funny? Okay, I know since you already mentioned your Chinese, my the one thing, I'm gonna call it the one thing that when you learn Spanish or get to use to Spanish is conjugation. Right? It's conjugation. And all I can think about when I think about my parents and then what I know about Chinese, right? It's like, what? Conjugation? Like, what is conjugation? That's my thought whenever I think about Chinese. Like, well, you don't have to conjugate anything. You just know, right? Like, why do you have to conjugate like this to that? So that's probably my take on like the weird dot dot dot. Yo soy un hombre. You certainly are. Es verdad. Es verdad. Indeed. This is true. True. You are indeed an hombre. Perhaps we can be perhaps in the future we can be amigos, right? Los amigos. Okay. Where was I? We gotta scratch down again. I'm gonna be real. I slacked off today. That's fine. So, what am I gonna try to do in terms of construct? I think the construct I'm gonna do for tomorrow is probably going to be talk about male past tense. Past tense is actually pretty quick, so we don't have to worry about past tense. So we're gonna do these two, right? And what was the talk about travel? This is a grammar section. What was the grammar in this? Travel. Maybe it wasn't. Was it a short grammar? 71. What the heck was 71? Oh, it's just, I guess it's a short section. 71 was a short section. Or short unit. Is that 4? I have to remind myself later. I see Bendy. Bendy shoe. Shoe what? The heck? Issue? Okay. Oh, issue. Okay. So go around, sure. Atari. I don't remember Atari. Oh no. I don't remember Atari. We have Gaikokujin or Gaikokugo. Gaikokugo. Conjugate means I have no idea if it means that. I think churn is probably better at I think churn will be able to answer that question. Yeah, I have no idea. Radical is what they say it is. Oh, sure. I don't actually know. Huh. That can't be right. No, the Google Translate, that can't be right. Gung e? Gung e? No, I don't think gung e sounds terrible. That doesn't sound familiar to me. No. I don't think Google Translate has got this. Gung what the heck does gung mean? Conjugate. Oh, what? Oh, wait. To be conjugate. Oh, no, that's not the right term. No. Gunga is a science. It's a physical science term. To conjugate. Yeah, that's not it. Yeah, I have no idea. It's kind of like radicals, I guess. What is a conjugation? Oh, like Japanese, right? Japanese. You know, you had you at least had miru, right? They had miru. Miru. Oh no, maybe not miru, but like mimashita, right? Like mimashita. Whatever this mean, whatever the Chinese word for doing this, like mimashita, mimas, whatever this stuff means. I don't think I have a Chinese term for this. I have no idea what my parents would describe this as, where you conjugate these things. I have no idea what the term is. Like mimasen, right? On the you ask ChatGPT to say like am was what, yeah. So you're conjugating helping verbs. So I was doing something. Right. The closest thing I could think of is la, but la really isn't conjugating. So I was doing something, I am doing something. Like 我做我在 I don't know. Like 我说了, like I don't know. 我说 it's just yeah, it's too difficult to introduce like in Chinese, and I think that's the weird part. Oftentimes, like, well, you don't do that. It's always that. And sometimes you might do la, maybe. Sometimes. Sometimes you do la, but that's more about dealing with the change of state. Interesting. Anyways, it's not worth. I need to know what this is though.
便利
We have bendy, right? 我说了, yeah, that's the closest thing. Yeah, 我说 and 我说了. That's the closest thing to conjugating. But and that's it. I don't think there's anything else that is. Yeah, see, and the thing is, la, right? So the reason why people don't consider it as conjugating is because la is not unique to the sure, like sure and la, right, are two different things. When you say am and was, they're permanently two different things. So what I mean is it's not like you're adding am plus s and then you're like ams. Although there are examples, but conjugation tends to be like something that becomes a new thing. And sho and shola are not quite there. So my parents, whenever I hear my parents speak, sometimes they do that. They're like they add ed to whatever, or they don't say it at all. So I is back. I is come back. Or I has wallet, right? As opposed to like having to say I have, and then the reason why, and then articles is a thing too. I have a wallet versus he has a wallet. So most of the time my parents just say he has this, I has this. You know, you use the same thing most of the time. And it still makes sense to me in English, but it might be a little weird for other peeps.
便利
So fascinating.
便利
A computer science person. Is
Bendy.
that popular? By the way, may I ask, is computer science
便利
a common pursuit
便利
in China? Do people are there a lot of people who do
Bendy.
computer science now?
便利
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 You probably could guess what my parents grew up telling me to become. Okay. What was this? Atari?
当たり当たり
当たり
I did not become the medical physician
Atari.
that my parents thought I should
Atari.
become.
当たり
I don't actually know how the medical. I know it's difficult to distinguish am, is, are when thought flow. Yeah.
当たり
And what you call it? I don't have problems for reasons of my parents. I don't necessarily have problems with whenever they have to distinguish between them. They don't really have to distinguish between them for me personally, but it
当た
can
り
be maybe a little weird to others, which that's why learning another
当
language
たり
kind of gives you another perspective
当たり
on this kind of thing.
当たり
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 Wow. So here's my and now I have some interesting language questions for you, Sao. Like, do you like, I'm not sure what type of language computer science language is, but oftentimes I always thought, how do you express in Chinese or even in Japanese? Obviously, we're both learning Japanese, but how do you express something that is not necessary but sufficient? So I guess my rudimentary understanding of Chinese would be 不需要但是不需要但是想要 that doesn't make sense. In technical writing, a lot of times a language that I typically use for people who use higher, like when you try to test someone who is English, like used to English, like professional English, a lot of times is something that's not necessary but sufficient. Ooh, 不是. Oh, right. The other requirements. Oh, so yeah, 必须要必要. Yeah, okay. I see. 必要当 ooh, what is that? Ooh. 足过. I have no idea what that is. Apparently it means sufficient. Wow. 足过. And like in English, this is really important, in my opinion. It's very important that you make this distinction, because oftentimes people say you need something. However, need is either you meet a requirement. Oh, it means enough. Yes, exactly. Right? A need means it's enough. Like it can be, I need this, but how much do you need? You need enough or you need more. Right? It's kind of what you expressed earlier about one phrase was to help like the poor, right? And the other is to have money but you're still rich. Right? Or you're rich enough. Regardless, you can still have money. So one, this is a necessity. Right? This is a necessity. This is sufficiency. So any amounts, if you already have money, any more amount is still sufficient a lot of times. You don't need the money, which is like, if you don't have money, then you need money. So that type of language is probably one thing that I would say, expressing something that's needed and expressing something that's sufficient is something that I often like to ask other international students, if in English, are they aware of that? Like when you read a sentence and you read someone's paragraph, can you distinguish between things like sufficient and necessary, and then there's the other, causation and correlation, right? And correlation, which it sounds easier when you define these causation and correlation, but usually it'd be like a one paragraph or it'd be like several paragraphs, right? It would be a long thing, and it would be suggesting causation. And then a whole paragraph here would be suggesting correlation. And the reason why these are really important, because the difference between these two are gigantic. It's very gigantic, but it's hard to tell. And then the difference between these two are very gigantic too, and it's hard to tell. And I only say this because I think in general, when you're not in graduate school, for English speakers, I think this is already technical. This is already a technical language. As in, if someone came up to me and tell me, oh, if you use resource A, or you need to use resource A to become fluent. In Japanese. That's not true. It's not true. Yeah, most of the time, almost 100% of the time, it's not true. It's kind of ironic that I say almost 100. Like 99.9% of the time, whenever someone says this phrase, they don't mean you need. It's effective, maybe. It's effective, but you don't need something. So it's like I'm attending an academic English course. Nonsense. This is a language learning channel. We talk about language all the time. Doesn't even have to be about Japanese, but we can make it about Japanese. I have no idea how to express that in Japanese, actually. Let me see what it actually says in a translating thing. I actually have no idea how to express this. One day I would love to be able to express this in Japanese. Hitsuyo. Oh yeah, they use the same thing. Hitsuyo de dewa. Hitsuyo dewa nai ga. Oh, nai? Oh, wa nai. Oh, dewa nai. Hitsuyo dewa nai. Dewa nai ga. Oh. Jubun de aru. Oh, okay. Actually, that turns out not that bad. They actually use the same terms that were translated from Chinese, except for the conjugation system. So, like the Japanese specific words are still there, but they ended up using jubun and hitsuyo. So hitsuyo is necessary, and jubun is using for sufficiency. Interesting. Huh. You found a better word for sufficient? Ooh. Oh, yeah, they use this word. Yeah, they use the same. Yeah, that is the Japanese equivalent. So, they ended up using, what is the Japanese stroke order for this? It's like this. Yeah. So this is hitsuyo, which is for like necessity, which is the same character. And then for jubun, it's this. Sometimes, you probably already found this out. You would switch one of the characters, right? And then the Chinese one that you said that had a better version for sufficient. Yeah. This is probably a turn of phrase between these two. And then they kept this. And then this one is the same. So hitsuyo is necessity, which you already said from ChatGPT. Busher. What was it? Busher. How do you pronounce this? Man, I'm so rusty in it. Biao. Yeah, biao, right? Biao. Neat. One day we'll be able to talk in Chinese. One day, I promise. I'll get better at Chinese. Well, I get better at Chinese. I'll hold you to English, and then we can sprinkle in Japanese. Maybe a year later. Maybe at the end of 2025. We'll have a trilingual off. I have like secret packs. They're not secret, but I've made like fun little bets with other people. Like, oh yeah, we can't wait. End of 2025, we're all gonna throw around 3 languages for fun, right? Some are, most of them have some sort of Japanese in common, and then we all use English. Well, most of us use English, and maybe Spanish. Spanish is usually the 3rd language, but now I might be able to do Chinese. Churn is excellent at Chinese. I'm not sure if Churn is interested in another another language, like joining me in Spanish. Also, you can also talk about school and stuff. I like hearing what other people are doing. Ishu.
一周
一周
So you like anime and video games?
一周
May I ask you what type of anime and video games you're into right now?
一周
Have you played Wukong? Have you played Black Myth Wukong yet? I guess if I had to guess for a Chinese thing, I'm like profiling, obviously. I'm taking the most obvious guess, the most topical guess. Wukong would be the game of the recent year that would pop up. That's or Elden Ring, right? Elden Ring. And then for anime, Dan is very topical right now. Oh, but I'm curious if you watch Apothecary's Diary. I don't know what that's called in Japanese. I constantly forget. It's probably have like Body somewhere or something like that. But there is a interesting like kind of
一周
an anime that takes place in dynastic period, in Chinese dynastic period. I forgot exactly what period it was. It's probably a makeshift period.
一周
Don't know what period piece it is. But it takes place in Forbidden City.
一周
一
Or
周
Forbidden City. Have I heard of Peru Soto. Persona. Oh, Persona. Oh. Wait. What up? Oh. Wait. Oh, are you playing 5? I didn't realize they didn't put like a Perun Sona. They went with Perusona. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, interesting. Yes, I have. Actually, Sega is one of my favorite, like Sega properties are one of my favorite things right now. So, are you playing Persona 5 right now?
一周
Oh, Persona 5 is such a great way to learn Japanese.
一周
I haven't played the recent Persona games yet. I've only played 3 and 4. Not yet on Persona 5. I am gonna do a legacy
一周
thing and use my Japanese or try to mine Persona games. Right now I'm playing another game that is opposite of Atlas and Sega. Like, and I've been playing the last in 2023. In 2023, I've played all of the Like a Dragon games, the Yakuza series. That's why I'm learning Japanese. Actually, one of the big reasons why I'm learning Japanese is Like a Dragon, Ryuga Gotoku. So it's also quote unquote lice of lifey, if you know what I mean. And if I had to pick two like series to like practice your Japanese, I would say probably Persona and Like a Dragon. Pick your flavor, right? But you also like Mario and Zelda, okay, Zelda. But some old versions only have Japanese. Yeah. But some old versions only have Japanese, indeed. You played 3 and 5. Oh, now you're working on 4. 4 is pretty fantastic. I have not played 5 yet. I watched people play 5. Quite a bit. Neat. What about anime? Yes, I am most. I agree. JRPGs. I love JRPGs. What are you saying? Oh, yeah, Rudong, yeah. Oh, you played the Yakuza series too? Yeah, Rudong. Great. Oh, so you played all of Yakuza as well? The only reason I knew that Rulong is for Yakuza is because I literally had to look it up recently. I've been talking to another person. I'm like, I have no idea how to say Like a Dragon. And by coincidence, here we are again, huh? Oh, what am I doing? Oh, show. Zelda. There is a more recent Zelda game actually. As well. Last year, they released a Zelda game. Oh, you haven't played that. Okay. Oh, you planned. Sorry. Oh yeah, you planned. Sorry, I didn't read the rest. Da Swan. Oh, yeah. Da Swan. You plan on playing. Da Swan one. My bad. Yeah, in 2023, or yeah, in 2023, I played Yakuza. I played the entire Yakuza series. I went from 0 to 7, and then Like a Dragon 8. Like a Dragon 8. Well, first we played to 7, and then we played Judgment. Judgment is the other series. Judgment, Lost Judgment. And then 8 came out. Or actually, then we played Gaiden. And then 8 came out. And then now 8.5 is coming out in February. So I'm basically planning to play that soon. Yeah. It's a really wonderful way to learn, to work on, to like see what your Japanese, at least in my opinion. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Japanese I can pick up and all that stuff.
Dendy.
Yeah, Persona games are a work in progress as well. Maybe we'll switch places at one point. Also, another topical game is probably Final Fantasy. Like Final Fantasy VII Remake, a remake series. I could see being a great Japanese. There is a lot of like technical jargon as well with magic and like dystopian sci-fi stuff, but I think a lot of the dialogue deals with conversation. Like they have conversation problem solving dialogue quite a lot. The first time my first Japanese game that I played like in Japanese, even though I didn't understand Japanese, were Final Fantasy games, because some of the games were only in Japanese at the time. Yeah, much like you. How about anime? What are you watching right now? Yeah. Bendy. Uh,
便利
I do have to head off soon
便
though,
利
as well.
便利
We have to get to the airport
便利
tomorrow.
便利
Your favorite is Attack on Titan? Solid. I recently only watched a few anime. Attack on Titan is a solid. Wow. Did you watch all of Attack on Titan?
便利
I didn't finish Attack on Titan yet.
便利
I did not complete the final chapter.
便利
Not yet.
便利
Soon.
便利
I'm trying to think if you like if you liked Attack on Titan, what else could be in that? Have you seen FMA Brotherhood? Full Metal Alchemist? Oh, you watched all of Attack on Titan? That's impressive. Very impressive.
当たり
当たり
Right now, I think one of the ones that are really, really hitting their stride is a show called Dan Da Dan. Dan Da Dan. However, it's a very different subgenre than Attack on Titan. However, if you like animation, you recently watched Avatar: Last Airbender to enhance English. That's a very excellent. That is, if there's a way, that's what would be my recommendation for English. Actually, if you like, if you're coming from anime, right, and then you have like, you wanted something that is, the English in it is exceptionally controlled, like consistent, largely because of its Nickelodeon roots. It can really iron out consistencies in English, and then they have like a couple technical thoughts and nuances, but it's because it's on Nickelodeon that if I had any program is The Last Airbender is an excellent one. And if you watched The Last Airbender, did you watch all of it? Like even Legends of Korra? I like it from being from an English perspective. So it's quite a lovely show. They actually went on to do other things too, like Dragon Prince, but they're not quite the same thing in terms of like what the subject matter and stuff. But those guys, the writers, continue doing. FMA is on your list. Nice.
当たり
We can talk about anime in the future.
当たり
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 I try to keep up on topical anime, as in like when you're learning Japanese, right? Oftentimes
当たり
it's great to connect on a level that includes something else. Korra, only one episode? Okay. I'll have to probe your thoughts eventually about it. All right. So I gotta go. I'm gonna end my review today of Japanese here because I have to go to bed slightly earlier than usual. I'm heading to the airport, or I'm accompanying my parents to the airport today, Or later today, like within a reasonable amount of time, like within 10 hours of now. So it's been a pleasure. So obviously I don't want to keep you from your university studies and all that stuff. Yeah, 加油 with your university studies and whatnot. But feel free, if you have some time, chill, converse. I don't know, complain about English. I like sitting here complaining about English too, like in a fun, constructive way. So, like, if you ever want to like compare and contrast Japanese, Chinese, and English, like throw around little things, like make complaints and stuff, I'm all for it. You're gonna find that the vast majority of my time studying, half of the time deals with talking to other people who are coming from like different language backgrounds and whatnot, and we kind of poke fun at all of the languages because we're very comfortable, at least in my opinion. The people who stick around are very comfortable in talking about their relationship with language. I think the more you talk about it, the more likely you'll find interest in it, and motivation is a great source of making things less difficult, right? And I like talking about people's interests, their backgrounds, and their educational backgrounds and whatnot, because this is me. I hope I don't know what you expect, like when you're watching other streamers in China. In China they have other streamers, and the network is closed off. Twitch and Twitch. Your impressions of Twitch and YouTube might be a little different, right? So it's very different. Here for me, why do I stream? I can answer that very quickly. I like to do things that take quite some time. Learning a language takes a lot of time. Studying, being happy, creating habits, learning how to prioritize in decision making and stuff, those things take a long time. So what I typically do a lot of times is when someone stops by and they're talking about things, I want to get the people to talk about them, right? Like I ask questions all the time. It might be a little exhausting, but what I'm trying to do is I want people to recognize that their life is very interesting, right? If I'm interested in doing this for 300 days or what have you, I hope that somehow you find something that you want to talk about each day, like your work. I find that if you have a colleague or a friend that you work with very well and you talk about it quite a bit, it gets you interested, or it tends to boost someone's enthusiasm for their everyday life and schoolwork, jobs, studies can be very, very lonely sometimes and can be very boring, right? A lot of times it's like, oh, it's just another day. So oftentimes for mental health and being excited boost motivation, and it can affect most of the things that you do in life. I spent over 7 years working on PhD, so I can say that some of the most things that kept me going was these type of things. So yeah, hopefully you learn a lot. Like I hope you can teach me quite a bit. Definitely don't be a stranger when it comes to Chinese, because I'm trying to find new Chinese sources. I'm actually going to start playing like video games in Chinese. So it'll be interesting. Definitely feel free, right? It was a pleasure, and don't feel obligated. Obviously, you got to make time for yourself and whatnot. In fact, it would be cool to see you find time sharing your Japanese thing, right? Your Japanese is a good choice. What is wukong? Yeah. Oh, that's the wu in that's the wu. Interesting. I like how his name, what does wu mean? Kung, it can mean like free, sky, free. That's a cool name actually. What does Wu mean in English? Wu. I mean, enlightened. Enlightened air. Enlightened free. That's kind of interesting name. I didn't realize Wukong actually I didn't even realize it's Wu. I've been saying Wu a little bit weird. Yeah, let me know if you got a chance to play Wukong. Realize none. Okay, realize none. Interesting. Huh. That's a really cool name. I haven't broken down the names of Chinese characters yet. Like characters in mythology and stuff. Like Cao Cao, right? Cao Cao I don't even know if it's Cao Cao or Lu Bu, like Lu Bu? Lu Bu, I don't even know what the stress. Man, Dynasty Warriors would be fun to play. There's a new Dynasty Warriors game coming out this year. That would be fun to play Dynasty Warriors and look at what all their names mean. That would be great. I used to play the original Dynasty Warriors way back. Oh, we got so much to talk about. Anyways, thank you. We'll have plenty of time to chat about this stuff. So hopefully have a good night. Good luck, right? Good luck with everything, right? I'm sure it's midnight somewhere now in the United States. So wherever you are in the United States, it's either 18 minutes before midnight or it's already past midnight. So hopefully you're sleeping well, eating well, right? Sleeping well, eating well, and then feeling good in order to study and have fun and whatnot. Yeah. Yes. So let's wrap this up. Thank you guys. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? Until next time, mata ne, ja ne. So I will probably skip the Duolingo session tomorrow because I'll be back late from the airport. 4-hour round trip to the airport and back. And so we're gonna try to squeeze in Wanikani and our Chinese review tomorrow. And yeah, 2:42. You have to go to bed. Yeah, me too. We're in the same time zone. I'm on the East Coast as well. If I had to guess, I can think of a couple universities in this time zone. That's just between you and me. So welcome back, Churn. I'm gonna head off now. We're gonna have to have a deeper discussion about Chinese when I'm gonna have to farm both of you for some Chinese insights. All right, folks. I hope the best. Enjoy the rest of your day, Churn. Good luck with the rest of your day. Actually, it would be fun to talk about what kind of university life you're looking forward to, Churn. So until next time, right? Stay safe, stay healthy. What do we say? 下次再聊吧, right? And bye bye. Right, bye bye. またね. じゃあね. And take care, guys.